You know what I said I would be back in like 10 minutes? Yeah, no. It's been like 30. Yeah. It's been about 20 minutes doing stretches, and then I decided to make myself like a treat. Liquid treat. A frozen liquid treat. Frozen or liquid. Why not both? Blended a bunch of fruit and and whatnot together. Made like a smoothie type thing. Black Mirror. Everybody knows that Mesaka is the true Black Mirror all along. Not really, but yeah, I don't know. I like to be silly. Is there even a mirror in the Black Mirror? It'd be kind of wild if true. Maybe the real Black Mirror is all the computer screens and phone screens that we stared at along the way. Maximum lurking? I don't know. I don't know. I'm just not a big of a fan of television as I'm Might have used to be. Like, most of what I watch is either like a combination of like YouTube, Twitch streams, or if I'm extra bored for some unknowable reason, I might watch anime again. You know what else is thought-provoking and philosophical? Maisaka. I might in fact not even be silly this time. But whether or not I truly am would be getting extremely philosophical. Very crunchy munchy. Do we shove all the symbols into the regular expression? Or do I just try to reassemble them? I think I'm gonna shove them into the regular expression. That'd be easier to do. And not too terribly difficult to express either. Crunchies. No, I think I'm done with treat. I should probably like rinse this or something. Put the glass away. I'll be back in significantly less than um some number of minutes. By significantly less, I mean like maybe a minute. Blah, 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 blah. All sorts of silly nonsense. Scary. Clearly, though, I cannot tell time. Like, at all. Just, nope. Yeah, I almost want to, like, take the shell operator characters and, like, rearrange it so that the shell character's regular expression can maybe exist without any of these. Maybe. Maybe. Because what I'm thinking, what's on my mind right now is that we have like normal mode, but then if we have like an arithmetic expression substitution, then we have all of these tokens, sort of, but not really. Like, in the arithmetic expression, a bunch of this stuff, like, there are still logical, there are these things. The rest of this stuff? No. Well, they don't have that. So what do we got here? We got the dollar sign escapes. Or you could have like double ampersand. Or there could be double semicolon. Or there could be double pipe symbol. See, with the less than, with the less than, I do a grouping. Why are there more ads? I did not run enough ads. Eek. Sometimes I wish they were just no ads. That's wishful thinking, I'm sure. Let's see, what do we have here? Less than. You can have less than, greater, less than, ampersand. Or you can have a less than. With maybe a minus dash after it. Or you can have a greater than. And then this can be followed by a greater than ampersand. With a pipe thingy. Have I mentioned that this is a pretty gnarly regular expression right here? Because it is. Honestly, I think the left shift thingy. Actually, I think this is some sort of here doc thing. This can just go in there like that. It'd make the expression easier to read. If it's easier to read it all. Which it probably isn't. Technically, we could take those out of the end there and put them in these. Probably. As the form of optionals. I think a few of these things could be optionals. Probably. Probably. Maybe. I could probably do that to the $sign thingy over here. Oh, yeah. I've gone mad with regular expression power. Absolutely crazy, I tell you. I'll probably put that there. That could be an escape. I don't know if this helps with like regular expression performance or not, but um very doing it anyway. I need more E. I may in fact need more E. I might also need to put some of these, I don't know, down here. You know, I thought there was like a character class for this particular thing. I might be misremembering. Yeah, the word character class. Alphanumeric character, including the underscore. It's basically this. It'd be word. Very, yeah. So much, yeah. Oh, you are also the word character class. Huh. Then we have, I don't know, digits? I don't know, I kind of want to leave the digits a little bit more explicit. Should be fine, right? Like, I should be able to be like, I don't know, E double semicolon, and the double semicolon should get like tokenized as double semicolons. Yeah. Ampersands. Stars? I think stars are just like word tokens. The bars? Gotta lay down the bars. This thingy? But not this thingy? That's an operator. You are operator. You are operator. You are operator. But you are two operators. I think it works. I think it works. Fine. I'm pretty sure I've hit all the test cases. Maybe. Maybe. Test cases, you might call them. I think if I actually wanted them to be test cases, though. would write out literal test cases. And then like maybe what to expect from each one. Possibly. Possibly. Maybe. Perhaps. Probably. Probably not. Dollar sign E. The E. E. Something numbers. Definitely not numbers, letters, underscore, number. More often than not, there's always one. And then you can always expect a second one. And here I thought the appropriate response was exclamation point sneeze. I think my limit's like 2 or 3. I'm like, if you're gonna sneeze, then at least sneeze properly. If there is such a thing as a proper sneeze. What if we take one of these lines? This line right here? Yoink that? I'll like paste that in here maybe. What's that spit out? I don't know if that parsed the escape properly or not. That's mildly concerning. The mold. Anything but the mold. I'm gonna put this inside of a bracket so it prints out a wrapper. Do eval test X. A quoted $sign. What's that? Equals X set. E. Did I break my continuation thing? Or does it just like not handle this? Actually, I don't think it can. I don't think it handles this. I think I neglected to cover this case. Like, we sort of almost implemented it. We got a way to, like, toss out the value. But not, like, hold open the shell status or whatever. Don't mess with mold. Mold is not healthy. Sometimes I think there's like an amount of mold lurking under the floor where I live, but I'm not about to find out. Because I don't want to go near that. Maybe a line break. Maybe. Wait, double quoted covers new lines. So what happens if you have a double quoted new line? Backslash thing. Be like hello slash world. Echo hello. A world. Ah, interesting. Yeah, we're gonna get rid of that then. Because this should take care of it. However, we're doing like input things, so we want to like set the line break flag. And then in Lex Normal, I'm going to clear the line break flag. I don't know if it works with single quotes, but I'm guessing not. We have backtick state. Actually, I think the backtick state in my parser probably doesn't handle these right. But not. But now it has things in it. I guess it defers that to the inside of the input. Which sort of almost makes sense. Still seems kind of weird. Even if we do single quotes. Yeah, that goes inside it. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. I'm going to do an else if case here. And it would be like, if it's not a new line, then we add that. Oh, just to save a step. I'm sure there's some way that I can break this. We have context or we have line break. And we want more. Demand more. And we could just clear the line break out here. So now if we do line break, we'll say incomplete input. And then we finish it. Turns out like trying to copy and paste these is actually sort of useful. We got the X set incomplete input. We got the rest of it. Mega. We have here equals. We have an equals. I don't know if I care about the white space or not. Then what do we have here? We have subshell, unset, end, or exit. One, end. Out to put to dev null. Two gets duplicated to one. And unset var or the colon. I think the colon was like some sort of like reserved function or word or something. I don't remember. What if we type one? Does nothing. Nothing. I guess it does nothing. I guess it does nothing. When a command is in a synchronous list, the shell shall prevent sigquit and sigint signals from the keyboard from interrupting the command. Otherwise, signals of the values inherited by the shell from its parent. When a signal for which a trap has been set is received while the shell is waiting for completion of utility executing a foreground command to trap something, something, something. Yeah. Special built-in utilities shall be supported in the command language. The output of the command, if any, shall be written to standard output. Subject to normal redirection and piping possible with all commands. Built-in implies that the shell can execute the utility directly and does not need to search for it. An implementation may choose to make any utility a built-in, however the special built-in utilities described here differ from the regular built-in utilities in two respects. Pet? You should not pet. Syntax error in a special built-in utility may cause the shell executing that utility to abort, while a syntax error in a regular built-in utility shall not cause a shell executing that ability to abort. If a special built-in utility encountering a syntax error does not abort the shell, its exit value shall be non-zero. Variable assignments specified with special built-in utilities remain in effect after the built-in completes. Shall not be the case with a regular built-in or other utility. Illuminate. Saka. Gasp. Special built-in utilities. Break. Colon. Continue. Dot. Eval. Exec. Exit. Export. Read only. Return set shift times trap unset. The null utility. Utility shall only expand command arguments. It is used when a command is needed, as in the then or an if command, but nothing is to be done by the command. As with any of the special built-ins, the null utility can have variable assignments and redirections associated with it. Not the evil. Not the evil. Sets variable x to the value y so it persists after the null utility completes. And creates or truncates file z. Exit status 0. I love how everything is just like options, none, operands, C description, standard in, not used, input files, none, environment variables, none, asynchronous events, default, standard out, not used, standard error shall only be used for diagnostic messages, output files, none, extended description, none, exit status, 0, consequences of errors, default, application usage, none, rationale, none, future directions, none. They don't have a rationale. Application usage, none. In other words, you probably should not be using this. An ahochlorisic algorithm. The kernel uses it internally for an LPM tree and radix trees for fast lookups. I am unfamiliar with this. I don't know that I've ever heard of such an algorithm. But if we do, like, wild cards, then maybe we have to look into this. A very good example of what you'll see when you get a programming job next. Where are the docs? Oh, we have documents? Really? A newer version of this document exists here. A newer edition of this standard exists. That's kinda eek. Utilities? Did I fall down a rabbit hole of finding a newer version of POSIX? Where can we find whatever it is? The tree. I do love me some tree. I once implemented a special form of tree which was like, what they call it? They called it Patricia. A cutesy name aside, it was like a tree that was specially designed to be like, it was supposed to have like a compact representation. And it was designed for use in the, like, what's it called? The Ethereum database. So, like, if you have, like, a common prefix, the, like, full extent of the prefix is just included as a special, like, tree traversal token. I mean, you think that Ethereum uses a bunch of Merkle hash trees, but that's not actually the case. They use a giant, enormous, obnoxious tree at the root of everything. And it's supposed to represent what is called the global state. And the entries are hashes. It's kind of weird. And because they have this giant global state just shoved into a giant tree, they came up with like this concise canonical representation for it. Which is what I'm referring to. It's been kind of a while since I like touched that project. It was kind of ridiculous how many entries I managed to shove into this thing. Like, it was capable of like storing, I don't know, millions and millions of hashes in it in a space efficient way. My implementation was probably not as space efficient as it could be, but it was pretty compact. I did some pretty crazy stuff. Like, I think I made all of my data structures a multiple of like, I think it was like 16 bytes. And then, like, I made the allocator, a custom allocator that enforced the alignments of these structures. And then I I also made it. I think I had like some sort of like bitmap free list type thing that kept track of memory allocations, because I also had to like allocate these things and deallocate these things in a very, very efficient manner. And then each one, whenever I needed to like store a pointer, the pointers were like split. They were like shifted to the right by 4 bits. And then the lower 4 bytes would be like stored in some sort of array. And then like the upper, I forget how many bytes. I think it was like an upper byte, like the 5th byte in the pointer would get like shoved into like some other part of the data structure separately. So to actually follow any of the pointers, you had to like take these 2 pieces, stick them back together, shift them over, and then traverse it. I don't know exactly whether or not I like took it a little further than that or not. I'm pretty sure that's how I had it implemented. And then I think there were like 5 or 6 different fundamental node types. Like there was a 16-way split, I think there was a 2-way split, I think there was a 4-way split, and then I think there was like a prefix. And there might have been like a 3rd, 5th thing. I don't remember. Maybe I do remember. Maybe I just need to talk about it more and then I'll remember all the things. All the things. There's so much to this. Just kind of think of it. If this is like the newer version, do you have the like word parameter things? Did I implement those word parameter things? Word parameter things? Yeah. Yeah, those, yeah. Okay, those were in there. All of those were in there. All of those were in there. The section on tilde expansion looks different. Yeah, over here it's really compact. But over here, I mean, it's kind of the same thing. Are we even in the same document? Yeah, this is 2.6.1. You have unquoted tilde followed by all characters preceding the first unquoted slash. For all the characters in the word if there is no slash. Multiple prefixes can be used, one at the beginning of the word, or one following any unquoted colon. I'm terminated by the first something or other, something, which is the Chandu 16. Hello, hello. Otherwise, the characters in the tilde prefix following the tilde shall be treated as possible login name. The characters do not form a portable login name. Results are unspecified. Since the prefix is not subject to further expansions after tilde is removed, to obtain the login name, none of the following has a portable login name. Owing to the presence of such and such characters. If the characters following the tilde form a portable login name, prefix shall be replaced by a path name of the initial working directory. Path name replaces the tilde prefix shall be treated as if quoted to prevent it from being altered by field splitting and path name expansion. If a slash follows the tilde prefix and the path name ends with a slash, the trailing slash from the path name should be omitted from the replacement. If the word being expanded consists of only the tilde character, this produces empty something something. The POSIX shell in JavaScript. Well, I mean, technically, we're using TypeScript to put type checking on the code, but yeah, it's basically we're writing a POSIX shell, POSIX compatible shell in JavaScript, TypeScript, ECMAScript. It's going okay so far. Every time I test it, compare it against my actual shell, I usually find something more to implement, obviously. Right now, the focus is on parsing and lexicographics, which for a shell is actually ridiculously complicated. Maybe not ridiculously complicated, but it's got a bunch of like recursive syntax nonsense. I debated applying like recursive checking to like the back quote strings, whatever you call those. But I decided I would just turn those into like recursive function calls instead. Definitely not a problem with that. No, not at all. What could you do in a shell? I mean, there's a lot of flexibility here. There's a lot of places where it's like the results are unspecified. The result is unspecified. The result is unspecified. The behaviors of the utilities are unspecified. I think anytime you have something that's like the results are unspecified or the behavior is unspecified, that's sort of like freedom to do something or do something implementation specific. Now, what about the word expansions here? This is like version 2024, and this one is like version 2001 or something. No, this is the 2004 edition. And I guess this is the 2024 edition. These lists are different. More comprehensive. Like the carrot? That wasn't there before. I'm like, maybe we should be implementing this newer version. And now that I've stumbled across it, dollar single quotes? Oh no? A sequence of characters starting with a $sign immediately followed by a single quote shall preserve the literal value of all characters up to an unescaped terminating single quote with the exception of certain \escape sequences as follows. \quotation mark, double quotation mark, \backslash, \a, \b, \e, \f, \n. This is a whole other mode. \r, \t, \v, \cx, \xxx, \ddd. Behavior of an unescaped backslash, immediately followed by any other character, including new line, is unspecified. Thus, implementation specific. So you could do something like backslash u and then do the thing that Rust does, for example. Or you could do the thing that like C does. Or you could do the thing that like JSON does. You could make up your own escape sequences. But this mode wasn't even in the previous edition. So if I wanted to be like POSIX 2024 compliance, I'd have to implement this as a mode. Oof. Very oof. I don't know if token recognition is different or not. Doesn't look very different. They changed the formatting on these table. They added more reserved words, time, and namespace. Namespace. Time. I put select. Yeah, I had select. Used in circumstances where reserved words are recognized. All words whose final character is a colon are reserved. Their use in those circumstances produces unspecified results. Positional parameters. Special parameters. Are there any different special parameters? These all look about the same. Word expansions. Hello? Hello? They hit rock bottom. Truly. Okay, but what happens if they whip the llama's ass? Then what happens? Maybe they win. They get amped up. Maybe they win amp. see, where are we? We're word expansions. Parameter expansions with at and star can create multiple fields or no fields from a single word. When an expansion occurs in a context where field splitting will be performed, a word that contains all of the following somewhere within it. Before any expansions are applied, in the order specified. Yeah, I don't know what this is about. I don't know what that section's about. We're just gonna skip that for now. It's probably fine. It's probably not fun. I'll probably have to read it again later. The Instagram is buggy. I don't really know much about that because I straight up avoid Instagram altogether. The Instagram. So, I mean, as far as I know, it's for like images and video or something. But there exists an alternative website called Imgur that kind of does the same kind of thing, sort of, but not quite. Alias substitution. Don't know about that. Shell variables, word expansions, parameter expansions. I want to know where this comma thing comes from that was listed above. Arithmetic expression. Twitchy eyes. I think that's just a testament to my like continued tiredness or the like lack of proper illumination. Or possibly both. They could be in reference to the streaming platform though, probably, maybe, kinda, sorta. Sorta? I don't know. I like squinting them sometimes. Even so, like, I don't know if there's enough precision to make them not twitchy. I am twitchy. I am very twitchy. Squint request. One does not squint requests. Features. Wildly rotating colored triangles. Well then learn Mesaka wave assembly language and program the triangles to be not spinning. Not spinning triangles are a thing that can exist. In fact, on the screen somewhere, or maybe off the screen somewhere, there is a triangle. I'm not sure if it's on the screen at all. It might have floated off the side of the screen. But it's like a barely moving at all. It tends to migrate across the screen over the course of a few days. It's not the one going up. It's like totally still if you like stare at it. There it is. I grab the mouse. It's over there. It's to the right of my head. I wrote a program for it that like stopped it spinning and then requested that it like stopped moving. So like I know that stuff works insofar as you can like tell them to fly around or spin in different ways. But no one has tried to make them spin. Spin and move around. Really, in theory, you can make them fly in patterns. But yeah, I will admit that like the navigation system hasn't been implemented yet. So you're just kind of constrained to dead reckoning and like velocity feedback. You guys have phones, right? That's gotta be like the biggest letdown ever. You have assembly language, right? You can program them to fly around themselves. Totally. I mean, it's pretty comparable. Eventually, we will take a break from OS dev to get like the what's it called? The rest of the functions. Screen. Drawing on the screen is actually independent of the ships. That's just some like fancy. You poke stuff into memory. The block of shared memory, that all still works. So like The like pixel matrix for it though was expanded. Made it higher resolution slightly. It would be kind of nice if the triangles flew in formation. But I think one of the bigger problems here isn't so much like the features of the triangles themselves, first of all. I think it would be probably getting the tools to be better. Because right now, the only way to write assembly for the triangles is to like download some nightly flavor of Rust and then build like the third-party assembler that A Squared wrote. A Squared 31415. And then you are given access to like, I don't know, 60% of the instruction set. And then you have to like take that, and then you have to like, and then you can like paste that into the Twitch chat, which is not a very good workflow. So, like, it has been like on my to-do list to set up a I don't really know that I want to like straight up run compression on them or not. The idea, I think, is going to be to like build some like website, some like web page or something that you can like you can like have access to like an editor of sorts, like have an assembler on the page that like instantly assembles your programs. And then just have like, I don't know, button click to load programs into the ship. Maybe debugger of some sort. Maybe. Don't know. Don't know how it would go. But I need a web page for it, which means I need a new web server. I don't need a new web server, but I probably need a new web server. My current web server kind of sucks. It's really not in a good way. It's very old. But like, it has like a PHP runtime on it that crashed at some point. And I have not started up again. And it may or may not have crashed again after that. I don't know. It's definitely not running though. It's only able to serve like the static pages, which is Not great. This does mention the commas. What are we doing here? When an expansion occurs in a context where field splitting will be performed, a word that contains all of the following somewhere within it before any expansions are applied in the order specified. Left curly bracket that is not immediately preceded by an unquoted $sign. One or more unquoted comma characters, or a sequence that consists of two adjacent period characters surrounded by other characters, which can also be period characters. The unquoted right curly bracket may be subject to an additional implementation defined form of expansion that can create multiple fields from a single word. This expansion, if supported, shall be applied before all other word expansions are applied. The other expansions shall then be applied to each field that results from this expansion. It is both very specific and also very vague at the same time. Which is Hidoto. Hello, though. Welcome. Welcome. I am so good at speaking the words sometimes. Let's see, what is this? A context where field splitting will be performed. What would be a context where field splitting is performed? E. Field splitting shall be performed on portions of fields generated by step 1. I wonder if there are shells that implement this. Because what I think this is like there'd be like some sort of like substitution or something. Which does something. And then they're like, they put like one of these curly brackets. And then I guess what sounds like symbols, commas, two period characters, other symbols, and then like a closing curly bracket like this. I think that's how that works. Or what would it's supposed to look? It supposedly splits stuff. It's subject to an additional implementation defined form of expansion that create multiple fields from a single word. So like the specification covers this as like an optional feature. But it's like you're kind of on your own as to how you want to implement it. And I don't know if it'd be like one or more unquoted commas or a sequence implies that like you can only have the two periods without commas, or if you can have both kinds of things. It's probably, I don't know. This is like saying that you don't have a dollar sign. Like the full extent of like this paragraph here, this whole like section 2 thing, is to introduce the concept of like an implementation specific multi-field splitting thing, such that some implementation of a shell can use this, and applications need to necessarily probably be aware of it. But given the fact that it is implementation specific, I can sort of just ignore it. Like, I am tempted to, like, maybe handle it lexicographically, but also sort of not. Probably not until I actually need that. One thing that I'm like maybe is like dollar single quote thing. That wasn't in the previous issue. And I still don't even have expansions implemented. I just keep reading this. What is this? New line. Prior to completing a command line in an interactive shell. And then we got the IFS. Try until it works. Yeah. I mean, as far as what I need to actually have work, mostly just a subset of like the 2004 edition. I didn't check if there's other operators or something in here. E. I guess they have a lot more standard utilities. In the command search. 291.4, this was a smaller list. You got simple commands, command search and execution. Didn't even have a subsection. Order of processing. They made this section a lot more fleshed out. Yeah, it used to be like this small collection. And now it's just a giant list. It's almost like things got a little bit more sophisticated or something. If a character sequence beginning with double parens would be parsed by the shell as an arithmetic expansion if preceded by a $sign, shells which implement an extension whereby expression is evaluated as an arithmetic expression may treat the double parens as introducing an arithmetic evaluation instead of a grouping command. A conforming application shall ensure that it separates the two leading paren characters with white space to prevent the shell from performing arithmetic evaluation. The thing that I wanted to look at, though, was the grammar segment. Did they add other weird operators? Like semi-and? They added semi-and. E. E? E? There's quite a few options. To be absolutely sure. Case item. I think some of this is partially taken from like Bash or whatever. Because like Bash has arithmetic evaluation. Bash is very popular. Extremely. Coproc. Do they have Coproc in their list? They have comp things, but no Coproc. Okay. Wait, what? Dosh is a keyword expression utility thing. I don't. What does that even mean? Don't even know what that means. Yeah. Yeah, just like Bash have like semicolon ampersand thing. Yep. They even have a double semicolon ampersand thing. Using a double semicolon ampersand in place of a double semicolon causes the shell to test the next pattern in the list. Using a semicolon ampersand in place of a double semicolon causes execution to continue with the list associated with the next set of patterns. Yeah, they're very specific with the wording of their specification. Too many patterns. Did you know that you can have an optional opening paren in your case statements? Well, you can. I don't see very many people do that, though. Can't imagine. Can't imagine why you would want that. That in the previous version. Yes, it's here too. You can put a paren before. But like in practice, if you find case statements, they usually exclude the opening paren. Although for some reason, someone decided that it was a good idea to put the opening parens in a comment here on the previous line. They were right there the whole time. And nobody realized it. Set dash O. We have in here for settings. POSIX. They're looking for POSIX. It's a good thing to have, I guess. If your shell complies with POSIX, then all of this stuff is useful. You know, I don't know. I spend a lot more time exploring than I do actually writing this thing. Feels like. Yeah, I've been kind of busy. Kind of busy with it, apparently. And I still think that I'm not very much closer to actually having something that does something. Like, we are a little bit closer, I guess, because what's it called? I'm scaling a mountain. A mountain of standards and descriptions and so on and so forth, and I don't know. So on and so forth and stuff. On this, this. You do arithmetic evaluations. Perform arithmetic evaluation on the argument, store the result. Take advantage of shells that can avoid forks. There's so much abstractions in here. So many abstractions. I think that it would be fun if I like actually started to write the word evaluator or whatever. Most progress in computing is made because some random person just one day starts to write it. Tagalog. I don't think I've ever heard of this. Tagalog? 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 Maybe I have heard of this. The Philippines? Oh yeah, I have heard of this. I was like, why does this sound familiar? It's a Philippines thing. Yeah, I had a friend who was like, who lived in the Philippines. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. When it comes to like language, though, I'm not very good at it. I have been wanting slash sort of loosely trying to learn like Japanese for a long time. And like, I don't feel like I've made a whole lot of progress in that front. I need more practice. Like a ton more practice. Or something. I don't know. I don't even know what I need. I need something though. The morning. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Thick accents. I could believe a thick accent. For sure. For real. I think my biggest suffering though is just like not really having a vocabulary. I don't really have a very good vocabulary. And that makes it hard to even like learn the words. The sorcery. Talk about shells. Well, I'm not talking about shells, but I'm working on shells while talking about other random stuff. I'm writing a shell or a shell interpreter. One of those two. So in like Unix-like, POSIX-like systems, the shell is the thing that you type all the commands into. It's the little epitomous command prompt that everyone sees. You open up a terminal, it spawns a process called the shell. And it gives you a prompt. You can customize the prompt, and then you can run commands. And the shell's job is to run the commands for you. The shell. I'm trying to make a thingy so people can write in the thingy, but not really. I'm trying to make a thingy that can emulate a thingy so that I can make a thingy that lets me build another thingy that lets people write thingies in another thingy that gets built by the first thingy. It's a little complicated. Like a big part of the operating system is to have a bunch of the core utilities written in JavaScript or TypeScript or both or one or the other. But in order to have JavaScript, you need a JavaScript runtime. In order to build the JavaScript runtime, you need a compiler. In order to build the compiler, you have to build the compilers like you have to run their build tools. And their build tools are written in this language, pseudo-language called shell. It is also sometimes frequently used interactively to run commands and programs and stuff. Brick on the wall of progress. Oh no, you tempt me. You tempt me. Everything is a brick on the wall of progress. Meanwhile, the wall of progress. Meanwhile, the wall of progress. Yep, that's one of the greatest walls of progress of all time. For real? Very, so much, It's an emergency. Rush it. You are a firefighter. Firefighter of the future. And you too can start forest fires in the forest of bee trees. You can always go back and fix it later. You can always go back and patch it later. You can always just update that later. Oh, what in the holy damn? My operating system crashed. There's no internet. There's no updater. All I have at my disposal is the bash shell and the IP utility. Would you believe that I fixed a system that I had broke in the middle of updating with a bash shell, the IP configuration utility, and like tar? I don't even know if I had tar either, actually, come to think of it. I think I had to like copy individual files. Did you know that bash can be used as like a file transfer program? This is true. Don't believe me. It's just like built right in. If you've never tried it before or ever seen it before, it's something else. Because Bash has like a built-in system for like interacting with, what's it called? Like sockets? Like TCP and UDP sockets? I can just do that? Why am I just, I don't know. Why am I drawing such a blank here? Just bashing the shell. Just bash the shell until it works. Enjoy the outside? Outside is good sometimes. I was outside earlier. Come to think of it, judging by the time, I'm gonna have to actually go outside again. A little bit of E. A little bit of E. No big deal. We go outside every day. Everybody goes outside, right? Just want to go outside. Enjoy. The smell of, I don't know, whatever the outside smells like. Whatever the outside smells. Yeah. Yeah. Just, yeah. Sometimes I just, yeah. Neutral. Well, I wouldn't know. I can barely smell anything. Unless it's hazardous chemicals. I can smell hazardous chemicals. So anytime I go outside, I either smell nothing or I smell hazardous chemicals. Guess it depends on my proximity to, like, the road or something. Why do I keep drawing a blank on what to do here? We have Lex normal. Very normal. Not very normal. I'm gonna just like take all the white space characters, I guess. Put one of those in here. Although I don't even know why I would have multiple new line characters. May I say Saka, 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 Saka. Hello, hello, hello. Again, 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 again. Pat the Mesaka. Pat the lonely Mesaka. See, this is not like undefined. Special can be, I don't know, a single space. Maybe it can be a word space, white space. The white space. The Y space. Beware the Y space. What about Y space in here? I feel like that's kind of... I think I broke it. I think we broke it slightly. It is the Astachin. The Astachin-chan. Hello, hello. Again. Welcome, welcome. There's also my warning timer. The alert timer. The one telling me that, like, I definitely, absolutely need to take a break. Cursed OS is kind of becoming slightly less cursed. Only slightly, though. I think it's going decently okay, though. Infamous. Definite stretch break. Oh, wait. I need to, like, not override the length of the thing before we over... Yeah, that's... That would probably be why I broke it. Okay, that's better. That's better. That's much better. Okay, unbroken. Yay, mission sort of partially. I don't know. We condensed all the white space. Sort of. Hello and welcome to Azure XXI. The sub? I could have swore you had been here before because you did not get the first message kind of thing. But, gift subs. They go out to random people. And you don't even have to have said a thing. You just have to have seen the channel at some point. The rules. Sometimes it just does that. Sometimes the rules, I don't know. I guess it depends. It also does that if the rules get updated. Or if the Twitch client forgets whether or not you've seen them. I don't think I've had to update them recently, thankfully. I drink my water every once in a while. Oh, that's important. The memory is baked into the clients. But yeah, it's not great. I just want to drink this water. I don't know. Anyways, I need to get up. I will be back in some number of minutes. I'm gonna reluctantly say that it's probably gonna be around like at least 20. But knowing how good I am or how terrible I am at estimating anything, it could be more than 20. It could be less than 20. It might be. It's probably going to be more though. What do we got? We got a stretch. And we got this. The duck. I don't know about the duck. It'd be a while to set the dump. And then it would be empty. I probably wouldn't get much by the time I get back. So I don't know. has been an amount of time, and they have reappeared. Someone gasp. It took a noticeably significant bit longer than estimated, but also I kind of also sort of estimated that it would take longer, so I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure. What I am sure of staring at the output that's on this terminal is that I did this wrong. We can't just assume that it's undefined. That it's just white space. We also have to be certain that we aren't, like, in a quoted string. Otherwise it will stick token identifiers into the thing. The thing. Some unknown token thing? Somewhat eek? What, white space? White space should be a quoted word? Just gotta smack all these crazy bugs. All of them. Squish. Never enough squish. as all the things kind of like coalesce into a structure. How about the tilde? The tilde is a word. Definitely a word. Such word. Very extremely a word. Don't know what to think of word. Although I kind of want to like maybe start to get through some of the special built-in functions. The special built-in function. Or maybe it would just be a good idea to like have, I don't know, a shell execution stage where we actually try to like run or collapse the array. Because we supposedly parse the value and then we want to like expand the value, the context. We want to expand context. And this like may require doing things a little bit differently. Ever so slightly differently. Ever so slightly different. However, so slightly differently. I guess the first thing would be to grab the tokens. And the lists. Probably. Do we for each it or do we for of it? Maybe I will for of it. Very, yeah. So I guess the first thing would be like if we're in some sort of context. Maybe, probably, possibly, maybe, I don't know. I kind of want to scan. We want to scan all the words. I'm going to take all the words. I'm going to run through them. And there can be some sort of array. Some maybe array of string, I don't know. And if we don't have words, and our input happens to be a white space token, we will just continue. Skip over those. Not important. Otherwise, we will I guess we would look in reserved words. Very extremely word. No, that's not right. That wouldn't be right. Because we'd either have, like, I don't know, the token thing, or we have, like, a meta token thing. So good with words sometimes. Always with me and the words. Speaking of words, the words, not enough words, ever enough words. How is this going to work? We need to keep track of the current word. Current word. And I guess the current quoted status of the word. The current unquoted. Maybe. So if we have an array of things, this means that it's one of these, like, command token things with a parameter or whatnot. The part I want to look for here is if it's a word. If you are word, then we want to append that to current unquoted. Not the parameter. T0 is a quoted word. And we want it to like take the current word, give that current unquoted, plus the parameter. We want to reset unquoted. Very Let's see if we have the infamous white space token. And we're going to push word. We're going to push the word. I think we need a function that will like expand current. It's basically we want to take whatever the current word is, do stuff to it, and then like reset the current unquoted part. And this should happen in a sort of standardized way. I'm pretty sure. I think this might also be like the else case. The else case. I think we're also gonna push an EOL, an EWL. An owl, not to be conversed with an owl. And then we should have like words. Just some words. No big deal. Really? Okay, that didn't do anything. Words be empty. Words kind of be empty. I think partially because white space isn't one of those. White space is just a value of like a string version of T. And this else case, I can also go over here. And at the end of this, if we have current unquoted being greater than 0 in length, or current word being greater than 0 in length, like it really? 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 Really. I don't think that should be blank, though. I really shouldn't. Of course, it is technically possible to have, like, quoted 0-length strings. Just kind of yikes. What's kind of sort of yikes? Sort of like really, and then we get one of these quoted empty strings. Yeah, it doesn't do that. I don't even think it tokenizes correctly. Like if you have quotes, empty quotes, it has to turn into a symbol. It has to end up in the tokens. The quotes. The quotes. Yeah, this part here, the fragment length. If we have a quoted string, we have to push the fragment regardless if it's like if it actually has any length to it. So it should show up like that. Sort of. Almost. Semantically, though, it doesn't. No, the almost tokens are kind of almost like the tokens that they need to be. Almost. Some almost. So it can be thing, maybe, sort of. What do I want? I'm gonna be able to push the current word. Basically, all of this functionality. Should be able to expand the current word. I'll push the current word. If the current word length is greater than 0, or the current word is quoted. We can like push current words. So all of this will get condensed into push words. Don't push the words around. You are push word. You are a thing that does not exist. Quoted. We'll set the quoted flag. Which does not work. It does not work at all. Got the really? Got the really and some quoted something or other, and it still doesn't work. Like, you still not work. Because we're skipping the white space, that's why. We're skipping words of length here. Wait, that's supposed to be like preliminary white space. It's just the leading white space. Somewhat really? Really? Push word. You are expand. This should not be that complicated. But apparently it is in some way. Really? Really? Really is not supposed to be quoted. Somewhat, leading white space does not actually leading the white space. Very, I have to make sure all of these are 0. Do this. Indenter, please. Yeah. Can't even sometimes. Can't even sometimes. And then we could do really with quotes at the end. Maybe. Possibly, I don't know. Yeah, I think it would be in here if we have current word. Because if we don't have any words at all, and we have reserved words, where'd my cursor go? Then we could say something like, I don't know, like a question mark to like test if it's working. Maybe? Really? Enough, really? Enough if? Maybe? If is a reserved word? If then? Kind of, sort of, maybe, almost, but not quite. Almost, maybe, but not quite. Mostly. Maybe. Probably. Perhaps. Perhaps. It could be a thing. Perhaps. And honestly, we're gonna probably... The next stream is probably gonna be about, like, doing the full and complete grammar. Or starting into the grammar. But right now, I just want to, like, throw together some words and see if they work. Let's see if I could, like, execute programs or something. Or something. Yeah, a little bit of or something. Maybe we implement lists. I don't know. Lists could be fun. If you have a list of things, then list of things has to do things. Sort of. As far as things go, this is not a way to do reserved words. Now you do and or. I should be reading this one. Let's just have this one open. And or have equal precedence and shall be evaluated with left associativity. Both of the following commands write solely bar to standard output. False and echo. Foo or echo bar. Would be false. And then we compare this, and that one doesn't get executed because false. Otherwise, we echo bar. This one is true or echo foo. Because the first part is true, we skip the echo foo, and then we just and echo bar, which is also true, sort of, kind of. Yeah, that's, I don't know, maybe easy enough. A semicolon separator, or a semicolon, or new line terminator, shall cause the preceding and or list to be executed sequential. An ampersand separator or terminator shall cause asynchronous execution of the preceding and or list. Very. So, get rid of those. Sort of. Cooking. This is like a POSIX compliant shell written in TypeScript, JavaScript. So it's supposed to be like an emulation of the Bourne shell. But yeah, it's it's JavaScripty. JavaScripty. And I've been working on the parsing of the input. And so far we have pretty good amount of lexicographic parts sort of done, if but not so much the like parsing part. There's oh, so there's apparently a couple of components that we didn't put together here. We have the lists. It's the born again shell. But we already have the born again shell at home. It's over in the corner. Chilling. Big chilling. And or I don't want the and the or functions. And the or functions. These fabricate list constructs. Which means I would need a way to represent a list. And we don't have that. We did not do that. We did not do the thing. Not the thing. This is like language development all over again. This is what a command tree. Maybe. What is the command tree? What will the command tree actually be? Would it be an array? Would it be an object? Can't be sure. Probably something to do with one of these things, though. Fundamentally, output of this should be like I don't know, we should take whatever kind of like word list And the word list, we chain those together, probably. And if we hit one of these operators, we want to take whatever the current word list is. Not the objects pretending to be arrays. I want to take all the words. Well, first of all, we should push whatever word is currently in existence. Whatever word is in existence, we take and we take and we and then we then maybe we this is what means we need like a current tree. It could be like an object, maybe. This is gonna need some shape. It's gonna need some sort of shape. Probably some kind, maybe some words. Of words. At this rate, it should be like an interface. It's a tree command. It's a command that belongs in a tree. Don't fall out of the tree. Don't climb the tree. It's the trade splatter. Hello there. I don't know if I need a current one or not, but I think that the Misaka is slightly on the tired side. A little bit. Kind of a little bit. The fact that I have push word everywhere speaks volumes of how much this is going to need to get rewritten. whenever we do that. Somewhat eek. What do we got here? We got what? Current word? Current tree? Mind? Wandering? Wandering the seven hells? What do I want here? Do we want... I don't know what I want. The command tree should be separate from the current kind of thing. I don't know what the current kind of thing will be. It's definitely going to be something. Definitely going to be something. So we're going to have the command tree. We're going to push object. The current kind of object. Push the words array. Reset the words array to be a new words array. Set the current kind to whatever token thing is. And then, yeah? Yeah. It's going to display the command tree. If you are like true or something. That should result in, I don't know, some kind of thing. Words inside of it. And we have true and false. That should have thing. A different kind of thing. Different kind of sort of thing. I feel like this should be like condensed in some way. I don't know exactly how. Or we could say echo thing. Maybe. Thing. Maybe thing. Maybe not a thing. have reserved word, maybe we don't. Who knows? What if I make this a class? And then we have like a toString function. We extend the object. The very object. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. We are writing a POSIX compliant shell for an operating system that I'm writing, where the majority of the user space is all a bunch of JavaScript or TypeScript or ECMAScript, depending on what you want to call it. Just hack my script. Don't hack my script. If you do, we will be sadness. Extremely. This is reserved word thing. There you are. A string, or I guess these reserved object. Get all the words. The objective here. The objective here. Is to do the what's it called? Do the flop. String. Why are you not to the string? Can we just like delete all that nonsense? I can, but it doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything. Doesn't do anything at all. Mm-mm. Nope. 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 Very nope, nope, nope. Yeah, I could just stringify it. See what happens there. To the surprise of nobody. Exactly what I thought would happen. But what if I want to, like, nest the commands? Nest all the things. Hmm. 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 Do I even want to keep my test thing? Are we commanding the destruction of the tabs? How dare you destroy the tabs? Where are some tabs that I can wreck? Maybe this window full of, like, graphic stuff here? Or the very broken picker wheel? I don't know why the picker wheel is always broken. I don't care. OpenGL 4.5 quick reference card. Or this file here, which was on the other computer from when I imported my things. I'm just gonna, yeah, we're just gonna delete. Delete most of that. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Sure. Definitely. Was that even enough? I don't remember how many I'm supposed to get rid of. At least 5? That was like 6 or 7. Startup? I mean, my startup is even more fun because I have 2 separate instances of the browser with different profiles. Each profile has like its own set of tabs on multiple windows. Also, hello there. They keep spreading. So I actually have like a command in my like launcher thing that runs my alternate profile. Like, frankly, I'm like not even sure why I even have two profiles. But I do. And they don't go together. They don't go together at all. Yeah. Which too much evil. Start with 2. End the day with 200. Like you don't just always have 200. They like appear slowly over time for me. I probably have over 200. I don't know. Am I drunk or am I sleep deprived? Is there even a difference? Yeah, honestly, I don't like drink per se. I'd probably be even more crazy if I was actually drunk. That would be something else. Nope. It's just it's been 8 hours, 20 minutes. I'm a little bit on the tired side because I'm also kind of going over my what's it called? My schedule today has been weird. Too weird. Very if. Too many if. Not enough if. Not if. Very if. I think lexicographically I should have made the exclamation point thingy into a separate, like, word token. Which we might have to do next time. What are we cooking? Ooh, this is a lexer and parser for the shell language. We are writing an operating system, and the first thing I decided to write was a shell compatible with Born shell. We're writing the whole thing in TypeScript. Because this is supposed to be like an operating system. A TypeScript operating system. Or JavaScript operating system. Crazy? You know I'm crazy. Should come as no surprise to anyone that I am crazy. The point? The point? The point is to practice writing shells and operating system components. And to have fun doing it. The WASM? We ship it as like JSON? No, JavaScript. We ship it as JavaScript. And then Node runs the JavaScript. I feel like this thing has grown quite a bit. Can I like import chaos? What's it called? Chaos. Can we export this one? Import this one? Or do I need to like grab ls? Import chaos. I could run Next.js on it, maybe. Eventually. Possibly. Maybe possibly. I mean, there might actually be some weird practical things to like having a very minimal system that runs JavaScript and Node and then stuff. But like a big part of the idea is just to like have a bit of a meme of an operating system. I think probably the thing that I like the most about the whole thing is that I can test the individual components locally without having to spin up the whole thing. It's kind of nice. Speaking of things to spin up, can we go to like my init program here? Maybe like slap an extra string on here. Uh. What's it called? All? I should have said a default, but I didn't. We did not set a default. Defaults are default. So I find the one with the test in it, CPIO in it. Yeah. You get all the tests, and it can run the shell so far, which isn't really much of a shell. It's more of like a very verbose lexer parser thing that might turn into a shell at some point. Maybe. Possibly. Perhaps. Go back to wherever it was. Wherever it was, if we have commands in the command tree, I guess we could like sort of hack it and say ls if, I don't know, the command tree has stuff in it. No, C kind is blank. Maybe it's not. Continue. And then we got words. 0. URLs. Then just run this ls thing. Yeah. No, we got C words 1 as like a string. slash. That's kind of hacky, maybe. So we could do ls and get list of words. It's sort of almost kind of like a shell, kind of probably. Except it's not. Reset. Resetty. Can you, yeah. Now you can ls files from something that pretends to be a shell, but kind of isn't actually yet. I don't know. Browsing the file system is fun though. Or it could be. It could be. It potentially could be. What's in var? What's in temp? Nothing. What's in this? Dev is full of stuff. VFIO. It's not a real ls, so it doesn't work very good. Like it does list files, but it has some significant limitations. Significant. Very significant. Misaka. The significant. The significant. The insignificant. The insignificant. What am I saying anymore? Bunch of nonsense. I just speak nonsense. Sometimes you just gotta nonsense. Sometimes you gotta make sense of the nonsense. Wait, how would this thing handle, like, an assignment? H equals 3. Oh, yeah. game engine that's an OS? I don't know. An operating system is kind of like a very specific, like, flavor of functionality. You could technically make an operating system out of a game engine, because I think they let you spawn processes. The interface for the OS is designed like a game engine. Thought about actually making an operating system once, or the shell for an operating system. But like, instead of a conventional user interface, it's like a 2D dungeon crawler. So to like open files, you have to like walk around a physical space, which would be very obnoxious. And then you'd have to like pick things up. Kind of like a hacker movie. I don't know if they had something like this in the hacker movie or not. But it's basically make a game. And the game manipulates the file system and processes and stuff as you do stuff inside of it. And I'm like, this would be a terrible interface. I wouldn't want to actually use it. We have GUIs. We have GUIs already, and they're better than that. Much better than that. Are variable assignments part of the grammar? Sometimes I wonder. We have command prefix. Can be an IO redirect. Or it can be a command prefix IO redirect. Or it can be an assignment word. Or it can be a command prefix assignment word. Assignment word is a token. OS. I mean, this one I've been kind of tentatively calling ECMA OS in honor of ECMAScript. But the furry OS? I have no idea. I have no idea. If you want something, If you want an operating system that's not terrible, you could use Ubuntu or something. Maybe. Where are assignments in any of this? I don't know if this is part of like the lexicographics or not. What do we got? We got quote. We got quotes. Redirections. Direction input. Field splitting. And substitution. Parameter expansion. Word expansions. Parameters and variables. Token recognition. Quoting. Quoting does mention the equal sign. I don't know where the equal sign factors into any of the assignment of stuff. Not the 3D file managers. Parameter. Command substitution. Field splitting. Direction here. Duplicating file descriptor. Commands. Shell grammar rules. Apparently assignments are part of shell grammar rules. Assignment preceding command name. When the first word if the token is exactly a reserved word, token identifier for that reserved word shall result. With the first word, if the token contains an unquoted equal sign character that is not part of an embedded parameter expansion command substitution or arithmetic expansion construct as determined when applying Rule 5, then if the token begins with equal sign, token word shall be returned if all the characters in the token preceding the first such equal sign form a valid name, the token assignment word shall be returned. Otherwise, it is implementation to find whether the word or assignment word is returned, or the token is processed in some other way. Otherwise, the token word shall be returned. It's the Mesaka. It's the sleepy Mesaka. I will say greetings and hello to the sleepy geocoder. The returned assignment word begins with a valid name. Assignment of the value after the first equal sign to the name shall occur as specified in simple commands. If a returned assignment word token does not begin with a valid name, the way in which the token is processed is unspecified. Unquoted equal sign. Unquoted equal sign. Does this mean like if we have bash and we have like some name that is quoted, but we put an unquoted equal sign and say oof? Does it do? No, it does not do. Turns the whole thing into a command. Oof. Cobra chicken. You have 4 hours of freedom. What do? You can escape from the grasp of Mesaka. Maybe. Escape from Mesaka? Well, you still can. Get out while you still can. There's still hope. Maybe. I have a maximum EP. Maximum sleepy. Do the things. Like write operating systems. In JavaScript. Sure, nothing bad will ever happen there. Definitely not. Definitely not. So many people know JavaScript, but nobody knows how to operating system. So, it's sort of a moot point here, sort of maybe. You know, what if I made the shell support, like, I don't know, JavaScript syntax or something as an extension? That would be silly. That would be very silly. It'd be too silly for even me. It almost is. In a way, but not quite. But not quite. Oof. That doesn't say oof, that says off. With 3 F's. I'm so good at spelling. About number path. You don't exist yet? Path does not exist yet? Eek? Well, if test something x something to path closey thing, this thing equal x. What you lexicographically turn into. If white space test something quote x back command sub quoted sub shell and sub shell white space to something redirect path and white space word more white space quote x. No, it's just missing half the functions. No big deal. No big deal. Totally not. Definitely not. I don't know. I think we probably maybe we put off trying to deep dive grammar a little bit more until next time, because I am tired. Very sort of tired. So we will probably I think wrap things up here. For sure. Because I don't know if I like this structure or not. How I've structured the parser thingy. I don't know if I want to roll some of this into the like the lexing parsing stage, like pre-process, and we have to pre-process much more tokens because I want to be able to also handle the equal sign, I think. Verbose middleware. Tokens, tokens, tokens. Never enough tokens, tokens, tokens. Would you house enough tokens? Probably not. Probably not. I will probably be back Tuesday? Tuesday? Probably Tuesday. Some coyote. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Sounds like a plan. We will do more things to the shell. I think. Because I have fun with the shell. Yeah. But yeah, I am tired. Probably up too long. A little bit. Busy day, kind of. So for now, I say bye-bye. Take care. Thank you much for lurking. Lurky. You can visit me again. Maybe on Tuesday if you want to see more wacky operating system shenanigans. We will be back. We will be evil. I always greatly appreciate the turnout. Definitely evil. Definitely. Definitely. I said so. None of I have any more nonsense to yeet. So yeah. Yeah. You're trying to chibi me on the way out. How dare. How dare. We need more. I think we need more, like. I think we need more streams that feature the Chibi Maisaka. Exclusively. opposed to the 3D one. This is not a thing that we do enough of. You know what else we sort of maybe need? The Chibi Meisaka needs to, like, track me. We need 2D tracking. Next generation 2D chibi tracking. Yeah. Yeah. That's unlikely to happen, but it would be funny, maybe. What about bad apple? Will we bad appling? The Meisaka? No? Yes? No. Back? Well, I'm about to leave. The chain is not supposed to break? It sounds very ow, 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 ow. Very. Ouchie. Very ouchie. Very extremely ouchie. And I would know because I've fallen off of various, like, manually powered vehicles. Don't hit people. That would be bad. I may or may not have been guilty of stuff like that too. Yeah. Anyways, I'm tired. I said my silly goodbye thingies. Bye bye. We will be back on Tuesday again, as always. I have been chibi-fied Bad Apple Meisaka. Bye. I keep saying bye. I'm not clicking the button. I'm gonna click the button. And then we're gonna find some music, and then we're gonna click the button. Yeah, we need to click the button. Best music. Now I can click the button. Right? Right? Yeah.